Reality has seams. Places where the fabric of existence wears thin, where the rules governing the world become suggestions rather than laws. These seams are dangerous. They leak power. They corrupt minds. They threaten the stability of everything. The Eye of Magnus is not a seam. It is a tear. Buried beneath the ruins of Saarthal for thousands of years, this artifact represents power that should not exist in mortal hands. Or perhaps should not exist at all. It is a sphere of light and energy that defies conventional understanding. It predates the First Era. It predates the Merethic Era. It may predate mortality itself. The College of Winterhold discovered it in 4th Era 201 while excavating Saarthal's ruins. They brought it to the college, believing they could study it safely. They were wrong. Within weeks, the artifact nearly destroyed reality itself. The Thalmor attempted to seize it. The Psijic order intervened directly, and the Dragonborn stood at the center of a conflict that determined whether Tamriel would continue existing in its current form. But what is it? Where did it come from? Why was it buried beneath Skyrim's frozen earth? These questions have no definitive answers, only theories, speculation, educated guesses from the most learned mages in Tamriel, all of whom admit they are guessing. Some believe it is a fragment of Magnus himself, left behind when the god of magic tore himself free from creation. Others argue it is a tool used during Mundus's formation, abandoned when its purpose was fulfilled. A few whisper it is something else entirely, something that existed before the Atada, before the concept of gods and mortals, before existence itself. The truth is simpler and more terrifying. No one knows. The Eye of Magnus is the greatest mystery in Tamriel's history, an object of such immense power that even its purpose remains unclear. It sits in the Hall of the Elements, inert but never harmless, waiting. For what? Even the Psijic order cannot say. This is the story of the Eye of Magnus, from its discovery beneath ancient ruins to the crisis that nearly tore reality apart, from the Thalmor's desperate attempt to seize it to the Psijics' intervention. The artifact that proves some mysteries are too dangerous to solve. If you're new here, welcome. I explore Tamriel's deepest mysteries in long-form narratives meant for rest and reflection. If this journey brings you calm, consider subscribing. Thank you for being here, traveler. Saarthal was the first human settlement in Skyrim. Built by Atmaran refugees in the late Merethic era, it represented humanity's initial claim to the frozen province. The settlement lasted only years before snow elves attacked during the Night of Tears, massacring nearly everyone and burning the structures to foundation stones. Ysgramor and the 500 companions eventually reclaimed the site, but Saarthal was never rebuilt as a city. Instead, it became a tomb, a memorial to the dead. Over centuries, ice and time buried what remained. By the 4th Era, Saarthal was ruins beneath frozen earth, forgotten by everyone except scholars who studied ancient Nordic history. The College of Winterhold maintained interest in the site. Saarthal represented one of the earliest examples of Nordic settlement architecture. It contained artifacts from the Merethic era, a period for which physical evidence was scarce, and rumors persisted that the snow elves had attacked for a reason beyond simple territorial aggression, that the Atmarans had discovered something beneath Saarthal that prompted the massacre. In 4th Era 201, the college organized an excavation, not a full archaeological expedition, just preliminary exploration to assess whether serious excavation would be worthwhile. Tolfdir, the elderly alteration specialist, led a small group of students into the ruins. They found more than pottery shards and ancient Nordic tools. The ruins extended deeper than anyone had expected. Chambers and corridors carved from ice and stone, preserved by Skyrim's cold. The initial exploration revealed evidence of significant construction beneath what had been assumed to be a simple settlement. Walls covered in carved reliefs, chambers with purposes that were unclear. Architecture that suggested Saarthal had been more complex than historical records indicated. Then they found the amulets, dozens of them, scattered throughout the lower chambers. Simple circular pendants made from material that resembled stone, but was lighter and warmer to the touch. Each amulet was inscribed with symbols that matched nothing in Nordic, Elvish, or Dwemer linguistic records. The symbols glowed faintly in darkness. They resonated when exposed to magical energy. Tolfdir recognized immediately that these were not Nordic artifacts. The craftsmanship was too sophisticated. The materials were wrong. The magical properties were unlike anything associated with early human settlements. These predated the Atmorans. They might predate the Merethic era entirely. Further exploration revealed the source. A chamber deep beneath the ruins, carved from solid stone, containing a single massive object. A sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter, suspended in the air without visible support. It glowed with internal light that shifted through colors: blue, purple, white, occasionally flickering to shades that had no names because they existed outside normal human perception. The Eye of Magnus, the sphere, radiated power. Not warmth exactly, though the chamber was significantly warmer than surrounding areas despite being deeper underground. Power in the sense of potential, energy waiting to be directed. The air around it felt dense, as if reality itself was thicker near the artifact. The amulets scattered throughout Saarthal were keys, or perhaps wards, devices meant to contain or control the eye. When brought near the sphere, they resonated more strongly. When removed from proximity, the sphere's glow intensified slightly. Some kind of containment system, designed by whoever had placed the eye in Saarthal thousands of years ago. Tolfdir's immediate instinct was correct. This was too important to leave buried, too dangerous to leave unguarded. The college needed to secure the artifact immediately. If knowledge of its existence spread, every power in Tamriel would want to claim it. The Thalmor would come. The Empire would claim jurisdiction. Daedric cults would attempt to seize it for their patrons. The college transported the eye to Winterhold, a process that proved surprisingly simple. Despite its size and obvious power, the sphere could be moved conventionally. It weighed almost nothing. It did not resist transportation. It simply floated wherever it was guided, as if mass and gravity were optional properties it chose not to engage. They placed it in the Hall of the Elements, the central chamber of the college, the most secure location available. Wards were established. Guards were posted. The Archmage, Aaron, took personal responsibility for the artifact's security, and immediately problems began. The eye affected magic, not dramatically, not in ways that were immediately threatening, just subtle distortions. Spells cast near the artifact required slightly more effort. Enchantments near it weakened marginally. Wards flickered. The effect was mild but measurable. Reality around the eye was somehow more resistant to magical manipulation. Students reported headaches when spending extended time near the Hall of the Elements. Some experienced vivid dreams. A few claimed they heard voices speaking languages they did not recognize. Nothing that suggested immediate danger, but enough to be concerning. Aaron restricted access. Only senior faculty were permitted in the hall. Research on the eye was limited to observation from distance. No one was allowed to touch it. No one was allowed to attempt magical analysis. Until they understood what they were dealing with, caution was mandatory. The college attempted to learn what they could from historical records. References to artifacts matching the eye's description were scarce. Dwemer texts mentioned something called the oculary, but this appeared to be an astronomical device rather than the artifact itself. Snow Elf records, the few that survived, contained no references. Nordic sagas were silent. The Psijic order would have known. The monks of Artaeum studied artifacts and mysteries that other institutions ignored, but the Psijics maintained strict isolation. They did not share knowledge freely. Contacting them required specific circumstances and considerable patience. Those circumstances arrived sooner than anyone anticipated. Ancano appeared at the college within days of the eye's installation, a Thalmor agent, ostensibly assigned as an advisor to improve relations between the Aldmeri Dominion and Skyrim's magical community. His timing was suspiciously convenient. His interest in the college's recent acquisitions was immediate and intense. He wanted access to the Eye. He claimed scholarly interest. He argued that Altmer magical expertise exceeded Nord capabilities. He suggested the college was unprepared to handle such a significant discovery. He insisted that cooperation with the Thalmor would benefit everyone. Aaron refused. The Eye was college business. The artifact had been discovered on college-sponsored excavation. The Thalmor had no claim and would not be granted access. Ancano remained at the college, watching, waiting, plotting. The artifact that had slept beneath Saarthal for thousands of years was awake now, and the powers that wanted to control it were gathering. The discovery of the Eye of Magnus was complete. The crisis was about to begin. Understanding the Eye requires understanding Magnus, the god of magic, the architect of Mundus, the being whose departure from creation created magic itself. In the beginning, before mortals, before the physical world, the Et'ada existed in the void. Spirits of infinite potential with no purpose. Lorcan approached them with a proposal. Create something. Build a world where potential could become actual, where ideas could become matter, where existence could have meaning beyond abstract possibility. Magnus agreed to design it, the blueprint for reality, every physical law, every mathematical constant, every rule that would govern how existence functioned. Magnus calculated it all, creating specifications for a world that would be stable, coherent, and capable of sustaining life. The other Et'ada provided the materials. They poured their essence into creation, diminishing themselves to make the world real. This was the price Lorcan had not fully explained. Creating Mundus required the gods to become mortal. Not immediately, but eventually. Their infinite power would drain into the world, binding them to it, limiting them. Magnus understood this at the last moment. As the other Et'ada committed themselves irrevocably, as the world began solidifying around them, Magnus recognized the trap. He would be bound, diminished, reduced from infinite potential to finite existence. He refused to pay the price. Magnus tore himself free from creation. The force of his departure ripped a hole through the fabric of reality. That hole became the sun, the wound through which Magnus escaped, bleeding power constantly. Magic flows through that wound. Not Magnus himself. He is gone, fled to a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Just the residue of his departure, the echo of infinite power leaking through the gap he left behind. His followers, the Magna G, fled after him. Their departures created smaller holes. The stars, each one a wound in reality, each one bleeding magical energy into the world. The night sky is not darkness dotted with lights. It is a veil punctured by gods who refuse to be trapped. Each puncture a source of power that mortals learn to channel. This is why magic exists, not as gift from benevolent deities, but as consequence of divine abandonment. The Et'ada who stayed became the Aedra, weakened and bound to their creation. The Et'ada who fled became unreachable, leaving behind only the holes through which they escaped. Magnus left something else, though. Beyond the sun, beyond the breach in reality, he left artifacts, tools used during creation, implements employed in designing the world. These objects contain power that predates reality itself, power that was meant to shape existence at its most fundamental level. The Eye of Magnus is one such artifact, or so the theory suggests. A tool used by the architect during creation, abandoned when Magnus fled. An object that contains principles of reality manipulation that were meant to be used by gods, not mortals. This theory explains several aspects of the Eye, its impossible properties, its resistance to conventional magical analysis, its effect on reality around it. It was not made for this world. It was made to make this world. Using it in any capacity requires engaging with forces that mortals were never meant to touch. Alternative theories exist. Some scholars argue the eye is not a tool, but a fragment, a piece of Magnus himself, left behind during his escape. Not abandoned deliberately, but torn away in the violence of his departure. This would explain why it radiates power continuously. It is not a device, but a wound, a piece of God separated from the whole, bleeding essence the way the sun bleeds magic. Others suggest the eye predates Magnus entirely, that it existed before the Et Ada, before the concept of creation. An artifact from whatever came before, incorporated into creation's design, because Magnus found it and could not understand it, but recognized its power. This theory is unpopular because it raises uncomfortable questions about what existed before existence. The most disturbing theory is that the eye is not from Magnus at all, that it is from something that opposed creation, a countermeasure, a trap set by forces that did not want Mundus to exist. This would explain why it was buried, why it was hidden, why even the gods who stayed to complete creation never reclaimed it. They knew what it was and feared it. No theory can be proven. The eye exists. It has power. Its origin is unknown. These are the only facts. Everything else is speculation by scholars who admit they are guessing. What is certain is that the eye can manipulate reality, not destroy it, though that may be possible, not rewrite it entirely, though the limits are unclear, but manipulate it, change fundamental rules, alter what is possible and what is not. In the right hands or the wrong hands, the eye could reshape existence itself. The Psijic order understood this immediately. They have studied the eye for longer than anyone knows. They have watched it through the ages, monitoring it from their hidden island, ensuring it remained buried and forgotten. When the college brought it to the surface, when it became visible to powers that would misuse it, the Psijics knew they would need to intervene. But intervention required the right moment, the right circumstances. The Psijics do not act hastily. They manipulate events across years or decades, positioning pieces carefully, waiting for the optimal time to make their move visible. That time came when Ancano revealed his intentions, when the Thalmor agent stopped pretending to be a diplomatic observer and showed what he truly wanted. The Eye of Magnus was not going to remain inert in the Hall of the Elements. It was going to be used, and the person planning to use it was willing to risk everything for power. The crisis was inevitable. The college had excavated something that should have remained buried. The Thalmor had found an opportunity they could not resist. The Psijics had lost the ability to observe from distance. And at the center of everything, the eye waited, patient, eternal, unconcerned with mortal plans and divine theories. It was a tool designed for creating reality. Now it was going to be used to tear reality apart. The Thalmor are not simply Altmer supremacists. They are ideological extremists pursuing a goal that most people do not understand because it sounds insane. They want to unmake reality, to end the world, to return to the state that existed before Mundus was created. This ambition stems from their interpretation of creation's nature. They believe mortality is a prison, that the Et Ada made a mistake when they created the physical world, that existence as mortals experience it, birth, life, death, limitation, is a perversion of what the Altmer were meant to be. Before creation, the Altmer ancestors were Et Ada, spirits of infinite potential, immortal, unlimited. Then Lorcan tricked them into creating Mundus, binding them to the physical world, forcing them to become mortal. The Altmer are descendants of those trapped spirits. They are gods reduced to flesh, immortals imprisoned in dying bodies. The Thalmor want to undo this, to destroy the towers that stabilize reality, to eliminate humanity, whose existence Lorcan championed, to unmake creation itself and return to the infinite potential that existed before the world. They pursue this through political means, military conquest, and magical research. Every action serves the ultimate goal of ending existence. Ancano was a true believer, not simply an agent following orders, but a fanatic convinced that his people's salvation required reality's destruction. When he learned of the Eye of Magnus, he recognized immediately what it represented. Power that predated creation, power that could be turned against creation, a tool that might accomplish in moments what the Thalmor had been pursuing for centuries. His assignment to the college was not diplomatic, it was infiltration. The Thalmor knew something important had been discovered at Saarthal. Intelligence reports indicated the college had excavated an artifact of significant power. Ancano was sent to assess, then seize, then use it to further Thalmor objectives. Initially, he exercised patience. He observed the eye from distance, noting its properties and the college's responses to it. He calculated how it might be activated. He identified who would resist and who might be manipulated. He planned carefully, knowing he would only get one opportunity. The college's restrictions helped him. By limiting access to senior faculty, Archmage Aaron concentrated authority over the eye into a small group. If that group could be removed or bypassed, taking control of the artifact would be simple. Ancano just needed the right moment. That moment came when the Dragonborn joined the college. Not because the Dragonborn was a threat. Initially, Ancano did not recognize the significance, but because the Dragonborn's presence created disruption. Questions about the eye increased. Faculty became divided on how to proceed. Aaron faced pressure to allow more research. The careful control the Archmage had established began fraying. Ancano moved, incrementally. He cultivated relationships with faculty members who felt excluded from eye-related decisions. He suggested that the college's caution was excessive. He argued that studying the eye was why the college existed. He positioned himself as an advocate for scholarly inquiry against administrative overreach. Simultaneously, he studied the eye directly. Not obviously, not in ways that would trigger alarms. Just careful observation during moments when he could access the Hall of the Elements. He mapped the containment wards. He identified weaknesses. He tested responses by introducing subtle magical disturbances and watching how the eye reacted. He discovered that the eye responded to specific types of magical energy, not conventional spells, not simple channeling of magicka, but focused intent backed by power. The eye was not inert, it was dormant. It could be awakened if the right stimulation was applied in the right way. The amulets from Saarthal were critical. They were not just keys or wards. They were interfaces, devices through which the eye could be controlled by mortals. Whoever designed the original containment system understood that the eye was too powerful to be manipulated directly. Mortal minds and bodies could not withstand direct contact with that much power. The amulets mediated the connection, allowing limited control while protecting the user from being destroyed by the forces they were channeling. Ancano needed one of those amulets, preferably several. The college had collected them all and stored them separately from the eye, recognizing instinctively that keeping them together was dangerous. Acquiring them would require either theft or authority. Ancano had neither yet. He cultivated the Dragonborn, a new college member, powerful but inexperienced in institutional politics, someone who could be directed. Ancano suggested research opportunities. He encouraged investigation into Saarthal. He guided the Dragonborn toward discovering more about the amulets, hoping this would create opportunities to access them himself. The plan worked better than anticipated. The Dragonborn recovered artifacts from Saarthal, brought them to the college, participated in research that Ancano could observe. Each discovery provided more information. Each investigation into the eye's nature gave Ancano better understanding of how to control it. Then the breakthrough came. The Dragonborn discovered something Ancano had not expected. A connection between the eye and the ancient Nordic ruins. Evidence that the artifact had been hidden deliberately, protected by systems designed to prevent its use. This was not simply a buried relic. This was a contained threat. The ancient Nords had known what they possessed and had gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure it would never be used. Ancano realized his time was limited. If the college fully understood what the Eye was, they would never allow research to continue. They would seal it away permanently, or worse, they would try to destroy it. He needed to act before caution overcame scholarly curiosity. His opportunity arrived during a moment of administrative distraction. Archmage Aren was dealing with criticism about the college's recent decisions. Faculty were divided. Attention was scattered across multiple concerns. The moment was not perfect, but it was sufficient. Ancano struck. He killed Archmage Aren. Not in combat, not in a way that would allow defense. Simple assassination, quick and efficient. With Aren dead, there was no one with authority to stop what came next. The college's leadership was in chaos. The wards protecting the Eye were weakened by their creator's death. Resistance would be confused and disorganized. Ancano entered the Hall of the Elements. He approached the Eye directly. He used stolen amulets to establish connection, and he activated the artifact that had slept for thousands of years, knowing that what he was about to attempt would either accomplish his people's greatest ambition or destroy reality entirely. He was prepared for either outcome. Both served the Thalmor's goals. Awakening the Eye of Magnus was not about conquering Tamriel. It was about ending it. The Eye responded to Ancano's activation immediately. The sphere's internal light intensified. Colors that had shifted gently now blazed. The air around the artifact became distorted. Not hot, not cold, but wrong. As if the fundamental properties of matter were negotiable near the Eye and had chosen to negotiate differently. Ancano established himself within the Eye's sphere of influence. Not inside the artifact, that would be fatal, but close enough that its power surrounded him. He used the amulets to channel energy, drawing from the Eye, while maintaining just enough distance to avoid being consumed by it. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Reality began breaking down, not explosively, not in a way that would allow heroic intervention. Just steady, progressive failure of the rules that made existence coherent. Time became unstable in the Hall of the Elements. Events occurred in wrong order. Cause preceded effect. Actions happened before decisions to take them. Nothing dramatic enough to prevent function, but enough to make reality feel uncertain. People experienced moments that had not happened yet. They remembered conversations that were still future events. Space warped. The hall's dimensions became negotiable. Distances varied depending on who measured them. The doorway that was 20 steps away required 50 steps to reach. The wall that should have been solid could be passed through. The ceiling was simultaneously above and beside and through observers. Geometry ceased being fixed. Magic stopped working properly. Not failed entirely. If it had, mages could have adapted. But spells produced unexpected results. Wards shattered when they should have held. Healing magic caused injury. Destruction spells fizzled harmlessly. Worse, the failures were inconsistent. Magic worked normally, then failed catastrophically, then worked again with different effects than intended. Mages could not predict what their spells would do. The college attempted. Intervention. Faculty rallied despite chaos. They attacked Ancano directly, hoping to disrupt his concentration. They targeted the Eye, trying to contain its influence. They erected wards around the hall, attempting to prevent the breakdown from spreading beyond the central chamber. Nothing worked. Ancano was protected by the Eye's power. Spells targeting him bent away or dispersed harmlessly. Physical attacks could not reach him. He existed in a pocket of altered reality where conventional harm could not follow. He was invulnerable as long as the Eye shielded him. Attacks on the Eye itself were useless. The artifact was not physical in any normal sense. It could be touched, could be moved, but could not be damaged. Destruction spells passed through it. Impact weapons caused no effect. It existed in the world, but was not of the world. Trying to destroy it was like trying to destroy the concept of mathematics. The idea was incoherent. The wards meant to contain the breakdown failed systematically. Reality distortion was not magical effect that could be blocked by conventional barriers. It was fundamental failure of existence itself. Wards work by establishing rules about what magic can and cannot pass through defined boundaries. When the rules themselves become unstable, wards have nothing to establish. The breakdown began spreading beyond the Hall of the Elements, slowly but measurably. Reality failure propagated outward, consuming the college building by building. The Archmage's quarters experienced temporal distortion. The Arcaneum's spatial geometry became unreliable. The dormitories phased in and out of stable existence. If the spread continued, it would reach Winterhold, then continue across Skyrim. Eventually, if nothing stopped it, reality failure would consume all of Nirn. The Eye of Magnus was not a weapon, it was a flaw in existence. Ancano had not attacked the world, he had revealed that the world could be attacked. That stability was illusion, that reality was more fragile than anyone had understood. The college was helpless. The Jarls of Skyrim were useless. They had no power that could address this threat. The Empire could not help. The Aldmeri Dominion would not help even if they could. This was not a problem that could be solved through military force or political negotiation or economic pressure. This required power that mortals did not possess. The Psijic order appeared in the midst of catastrophe. They did not arrive. They simply were present, as if they had always been there and observers had only just noticed. Quaranir, the Psijic representative who had contacted the Dragonborn earlier, manifested in the Hall of the Elements. His presence stabilized reality immediately around him, not repaired it, not restored normal function, just created a pocket where the rules still applied, where magic worked as it should, where time flowed correctly, and space maintained consistent dimensions. A bubble of normalcy in spreading chaos. The Psijics had been preparing for this moment. Not this specific crisis, but the general category of crisis the Eye represented. They had developed methods for containing reality distortions. They had studied the Eye from distance for longer than anyone knew. They understood what it could do and what would be required to stop it. Stopping Ancano was secondary. He was symptom, not cause. The Eye was active now. Simply killing the Thalmor agent would not deactivate it. The artifact needed to be contained through methods the college did not possess. Quaranir explained this to the Dragonborn. The situation was simple in outline, complex in execution. The Eye could not be destroyed. It could not be forced into dormancy. It needed to be convinced to return to inactive state. This required someone capable of channeling sufficient power to communicate with the artifact on its own level. Someone who could interact with reality-manipulating forces without being destroyed by them. Someone like the Dragonborn. The Thuum was not simply magic. It was reality statement. When Dragonborn spoke in the dragon tongue, they did not cast spells. They declared what was true. The difference was subtle but critical. Magic worked within reality's rules, channeling energy according to established patterns. The Thuum worked outside reality's rules, imposing statements that reality then adjusted to accommodate. This was why Dragonborn could affect the Eye. Not through superior magical power, Ancano had more conventional magical strength. Not through special knowledge, the Psijics understood the artifact better, but through the ability to make declarations that reality could not ignore. The Eye responded to assertions backed by sufficient authority. Dragonborn possessed that authority. The Psijics provided the method. They channeled energy through the Dragonborn, amplifying the Thuum's reality-altering properties. They created the conditions under which the Dragonborn's declarations would reach the Eye. They enabled communication with an artifact that existed partially outside normal existence. The Dragonborn spoke. Not words in conventional sense, statements in the dragon tongue, backed by power that predated mortal language. Commands that the Eye could not ignore because they carried authority that transcended normal magical force. The Eye responded. Not immediately, not completely, but measurably. Its activity decreased. The reality distortions began stabilizing. The spread slowed, then stopped. The breakdown did not reverse, but it ceased progressing. Ancano was exposed. His protection depended on the Eye's active state. As the artifact returned to dormancy, the invulnerability failed. He was mortal again, vulnerable again. The Dragonborn killed him quickly. A threat that had seemed invincible moments earlier collapsed into simple combat. The Thalmor agent died having accomplished nothing except proving that the Eye was even more dangerous than anyone had understood. The crisis was over. The college still stood. Winterhold was safe. Reality remained intact. But the Eye remained. Inert again, but now proven to be controllable, proven to be usable. The knowledge that it could be activated changed everything. The artifact that had been buried for thousands of years was awake now, even in dormancy, and everyone who sought power would know that it could be used. The Psijic order does not act casually. The monks of our Tayum maintain distance from Tamriel's conflicts deliberately. They watch, they study, they manipulate events from shadows when necessary. But direct intervention is reserved for situations that threaten existence itself. The Eye of Magnus qualified. The Psijics had known about the artifact for centuries, longer. They had monitored it while it slept beneath Saarthal, ensuring it remained buried and forgotten. When the college excavated it, the Psijics knew immediately. When it was transported to Winterhold, they observed. When Ancano revealed his intentions, they began preparing. Quaranir had contacted the Dragonborn weeks before the crisis. Not to warn about specific threats, just to establish relationship, to observe, to assess whether this particular individual possessed qualities that might prove useful. The Psijic order works in long time frames. They position pieces years in advance, creating possibilities that can be activated when circumstances require. The Dragonborn was such a possibility, someone with power that existed outside normal magical frameworks, someone capable of affecting reality through methods the Psijics could not replicate, someone who might be directed, if handled correctly, toward purposes that served broader stability. When Ancano activated the Eye, the Psijics moved with precision that suggested extensive planning. They did not rush to Winterhold. They simply appeared, having calculated the exact moment when intervention would be most effective. Too early and Ancano might have adapted his approach. Too late and the reality breakdown might have progressed beyond containment. Quaranir brought knowledge the college lacked. The Psijics had studied the Eye longer than the college had existed. They understood its properties. They knew how it responded to different stimuli. They had developed theories about its origin and purpose that the college's brief exposure could not match. More importantly, they had methods. The Psijics specialized in magic that other institutions considered impossible or forbidden. They studied time manipulation, reality alteration, dimensional boundaries. Their techniques for stabilizing reality during the crisis came from centuries of research into exactly these types of problems. But even the Psijics could not deactivate the Eye alone. Their magic worked within reality's rules, albeit at edges that most mages never approached. The Eye existed partially outside those rules. Affecting it required power that could bridge the gap between normal existence and whatever realm the artifact truly occupied. This was why they needed the Dragonborn. The Thuum was not magic in conventional sense. It was older than magic. The dragons had spoken reality into being before the Etada created Mundus. Their language carried authority that predated creation itself. A Dragonborn speaking dragon tongue wielded that same authority, could make statements that reality had to acknowledge. The Psijics channeled their power through the Dragonborn, amplifying and directing the Thuum toward the Eye. This was not simple power combination. This was careful orchestration. The Psijics provided structure, focus, stability. The Dragonborn provided force, authority, reality-altering, capability. Together, they created bridge between normal existence and the artifact that existed between existence and void. The process was dangerous. Channeling that much power could have destroyed the Dragonborn. The Eye could have responded unpredictably. The reality distortions could have intensified instead of stabilizing. The Psijics took calculated risk, betting that their understanding and the Dragonborn's nature would be sufficient. They were correct. The Eye responded to properly directed Thum. Not because it obeyed commands. It was not sentient in that sense. But because the Thum carried authority, it could not ignore. When Dragonborn declared that the artifact should return to dormancy, reality adjusted to make that declaration true. The Eye had no choice but to comply. This revealed something important about the artifact's nature. It was powerful, but not autonomous. It responded to input. It could be directed by those with sufficient authority and proper methods. The Psijics had provided the methods. The Dragonborn had provided the authority. The combination succeeded where either alone would have failed. After the crisis ended, the Psijics took possession of the Eye. Not through force. The College was in no position to resist. Not through negotiation. There was nothing to negotiate. The Psijics simply stated they were removing the artifact, and the College accepted this because everyone recognized the monks were the only organization capable of containing it properly. They transported it back to Artaeum, the hidden island that exists partially outside normal space and time. The only location in Tamriel secure enough to hold an artifact that could unravel reality. The Eye would remain there, studied by monks who understood what they were dealing with, protected by wards that had been tested over millennia. The College was left with questions. What exactly had they discovered? Why had it been buried beneath Saarthal? What was its true purpose? The Psijics provided minimal answers, not because they were withholding information deliberately, though they were, but because even they did not know everything. The Eye of Magnus remained mystery even to those who understood it better than anyone else. Quaranir offered one piece of information before departing. The Eye was not unique. Magnus had left other artifacts, other tools used during creation. They were hidden throughout Nirn, buried or lost or deliberately concealed. Most would never be found. A few might surface over centuries or millennia. Each would present similar dangers. Each would require similar intervention. The Psijic Order would continue watching, continue waiting, continue preparing for the moments when reality needed protection from its own fundamental flaws. They had saved existence this time. They would need to do so again. The College returned to normal function, or as normal as possible after witnessing reality nearly collapse. They had learned something valuable about the limits of their knowledge and the dangers of curiosity without caution. The Eye of Magnus was gone, but the memory of what it could do remained, and somewhere on Artaeum, the artifact waited. Dormant again, but never truly inert. A piece of creation's blueprint, preserved by those who understood that some knowledge was too dangerous to use, but too important to destroy. The Eye of Magnus is not a weapon. It is a flaw, a vulnerability in reality that can be exploited by those who understand how. Its capabilities exceed anything conventional magic can accomplish because it operates at a level beneath magic. It affects the rules that make magic possible. Reality manipulation is the Eye's fundamental property, not illusion, changing how things appear, not transmutation, changing what things are made of, but manipulation, changing what things can be. The Eye alters possibilities. It makes impossible things possible and possible things impossible. During Ankano's activation, this manifested in obvious ways. Time became unstable, space warped, magic functioned unpredictably. These were not separate effects. They were symptoms of single underlying change. The Eye was rewriting local reality's rules, changing how existence functioned within its sphere of influence. But these dramatic effects were crude applications. Ancano was not controlling the eye, he was simply activating it, letting it run without direction. A skilled user with proper knowledge could achieve far more targeted results, could rewrite specific rules without causing general chaos, could alter reality surgically rather than catastrophically. Theoretical applications are terrifying. Someone who fully understood the eye could eliminate death, not through healing or resurrection, but by changing the rule that living things stop functioning. Could create matter from nothing, not through conjuration, which summons existing matter from elsewhere, but through actual creation, by declaring that matter exists where it did not. Could eliminate concepts, not destroy all instances of something, but erase the category itself. Make it so that fire never existed, retroactively adjusting reality so that flames were never part of how existence functioned. Could alter physical constants, change how gravity works, modify the speed of light, rewrite mathematics itself. These capabilities explain why the eye is so dangerous. It is not that it contains large amounts of destructive power. It is that it undermines the foundation on which power is measured. It changes the rules that define what power means. Against conventional threats, you can build defenses, develop countermeasures, establish protections. Against the eye, there are no defenses because it can rewrite what defense means. The Thalmor understood this. Their goal of unmaking creation required exactly this type of power. They could not destroy Mundus through conventional means. The world is too stable, too thoroughly established. But with the eye, they could change the rules that make the world stable, could declare that existence was optional and have reality adjust to accommodate that declaration. The Psijic order understands this as well. This is why they maintain such careful watch over artifacts like the eye. This is why they intervened when the College activated it. Not because the College intended harm, they did not. But because intention is irrelevant when handling tools that can accidentally unmake reality. Historical precedents exist for reality-altering artifacts. The Numidium, the brass god built by the Dwemer, functioned through similar principles. It did not defeat enemies through strength. It denied their existence, declared they were not real, and made reality agree. The results were catastrophic every time it activated. Entire populations ceased to exist, not killed, erased, as if they had never been. The Elder Scrolls themselves are reality-altering artifacts, though they work differently. They do not change what is true. They reveal what might be true, showing possible futures and alternate pasts. Reading them drives mortals insane because mortal minds cannot process multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. The scrolls exist in all states at once, and exposure to that existence breaks those not designed to handle it. The Eye of Magnus is more dangerous than either. The Numidium required activation and direction. It did not run on its own. The Elder Scrolls are passive. They show but do not change. The Eye actively alters reality and will continue doing so once activated, unless deliberately returned to dormancy. It is a self-sustaining reality failure, growing and spreading unless contained. Limitations exist, though their exact nature is unclear. The Eye cannot affect the entire world simultaneously. Its influence has radius that expands over time, but starts locally. It cannot completely unmake existence instantly. The process is progressive, spreading from a point. It requires some kind of activation mechanism. It does not spontaneously begin reality manipulation. These limitations are why Nirn still exists. If the Eye had unlimited power instantly available, Ancano's activation would have ended everything immediately. Instead, reality breakdown spread gradually, giving the Psijics time to intervene. The artifact is incredibly dangerous, but not omnipotent. It operates under constraints, even if those constraints are not fully understood. The question of whether the Eye is conscious remains debated. Does it understand what it does? Does it choose how to respond to activation? Or is it purely mechanical, following programming established during creation. The artifact's responses to the Dragonborn's Thum suggest some kind of awareness, or at least sophisticated responsiveness. But this could be automatic reaction rather than conscious decision. Either possibility is concerning. If the eye is conscious, it has goals and preferences that mortals do not understand. If it is mechanical, it will execute its function without regard for consequences. Neither scenario provides comfort. What is certain is that the eye should not be used. Not for any purpose, not under any circumstances, not by anyone. The risks exceed any possible benefit. Whatever goals might be achieved through reality manipulation can be pursued through safer methods. The eye offers shortcuts that lead through catastrophe. The Psijics will ensure it is not used. They have contained it on Artaeum, where wards established over centuries maintain stability regardless of external pressures. They have studied it sufficiently to know how to prevent activation. They have protocols for responding if those preventions fail. But the eye is not unique. Other artifacts exist with similar capabilities. They are hidden, but they can be found. Each discovery creates similar risks. Each activation threatens similar catastrophe. The Eye of Magnus that nearly destroyed the college is contained now. The next artifact might not be contained before it is too late. This is the nature of power that predates reality. It cannot be destroyed because it exists before the concept of destruction. It can only be contained, monitored, and kept from those who would use it. The Psijic Order maintains this vigil. They are the only institution old enough, knowledgeable enough, and powerful enough to do so. The world is safe from the Eye of Magnus, for now, but safety is not permanent when dealing with artifacts that can change what safety means. The Eye of Magnus raises questions that cannot be answered, not because information is hidden or lost, but because the questions exist outside frameworks that mortals can understand. Trying to comprehend the artifact's true nature requires thinking in ways that mortal minds are not designed to think. The origin question is fundamental. Where did the eye come from? The theory that Magnus left it during creation explains some properties, but creates new problems. Why would the architect abandon such a powerful tool? If it was used during creation, why was it buried rather than destroyed or taken when Magnus fled? If it was left deliberately, what purpose was it meant to serve? The alternative theories are no better. If the eye is a fragment of Magnus himself, why does it operate independently? Gods do not leave pieces behind accidentally. If it predates the Ada, what existed before the beings that existed before creation? That question leads to philosophical territory that magic cannot explore. The purpose question is equally unanswerable. What is the eye for? It can manipulate reality, but is that its intended function or a side effect of some other purpose? Tools designed for creation might have destructive applications when misused. The eye might be meant for something entirely different than what mortals have observed. Some scholars theorize it was meant to be used during creation's final stages, a tool for adjusting fundamental constants after the world was mostly formed. Magnus fled before using it, leaving it behind as unfinished business. This would explain why it was buried rather than taken. It had no purpose outside creation context and was too dangerous to leave accessible. Others argue it was a failsafe, a way to unmake creation if something went wrong. Magnus designed everything, including contingencies. If the world proved unstable or unsuitable, the eye would allow systematic deconstruction. The architect would have wanted the ability to fix catastrophic problems. The eye was that ability, preserved in case it became necessary. The most unsettling theory is that the eye was not Magnus's tool at all, that it was placed by forces opposed to creation. Something that did not want Mundus to exist buried a weapon that could unmake it. The Atmarans found it by accident. The snow elves recognized the danger and attempted to keep it buried. The ancient Nords who reclaimed Saarthal understood enough to ensure it stayed hidden. This theory explains why no records exist of the eye being used beneficially. why every interaction with it leads to catastrophe, why even gods who could have reclaimed it chose to leave it buried. Not because it was powerful, but because it was corrupted. A trap set by something that wanted creation to fail. No theory can be proven. The eye exists. It has properties that have been observed. Its origin and purpose remains speculation. Scholars who study it admit freely that their theories are guesses, structured around incomplete information and assumptions that may be entirely wrong. The question of whether other eyes exist is practical rather than philosophical. If Magnus left this one, did he leave others? Are there multiple tools scattered across Nirn, each potentially as dangerous? The Psijics suggested this was true. Artifacts from creation, hidden in various locations, waiting to be discovered. If true, this creates permanent risk. Every excavation might uncover reality-altering artifacts. Every deep ruin might contain tools that should not be touched. Tamriel's history is full of examples of dangerous discoveries. Dwemer artifacts that killed those who activated them. Ayleid wells that corrupted anyone who used them. Daedric artifacts that twisted their bearers toward purposes they never chose. But those dangers were comprehensible. Magical items that could be studied, understood, defended against. The eye operates at a different level. It threatens reality itself. Finding more artifacts like it would mean multiple permanent threats requiring eternal vigilance. The Psijics claim they monitor such things. They watch for disturbances that might indicate artifact discoveries. They intervene when necessary. But the Psijics are not omniscient. They can be deceived, delayed, or simply too slow. If someone found another eye and activated it before the Psijics could respond, the result could be catastrophe on scale that made Ankano's attempt look minor. The question of whether the eye can be destroyed is critical. If it cannot, containment is the only option. If it can, destruction might be preferable to eternal risk. But attempting to destroy reality-altering artifacts is itself dangerous. The destruction attempt might activate properties worse than the artifact's normal function, might scatter fragments that retain dangerous capabilities, might simply fail while teaching hostile forces that the artifact is vulnerable to certain approaches. The Psijics maintain they have not attempted to destroy the eye, whether because they believe it impossible or because they fear the consequences of trying is unclear. They keep it contained and study it, learning what they can while ensuring it cannot be activated accidentally or deliberately. Some scholars argue the eye should be returned to Saarthal and reburied. The ancient containment worked for thousands of years. Modern containment on Artaeum assumes the Psijics will exist forever, will maintain vigilance forever, will never fail. That assumption may be incorrect. If the Psijic order ever falls or fails, the eye would be available to whoever came after. Burial guarantees nothing. The eye was buried before and was excavated. It could be buried again and excavated again. But burial in remote location with no markers, no records, no indication anything is there, that might ensure it would not be found for another several thousand years. Perhaps long enough that civilizations capable of threatening reality would have risen and fallen, leaving no one with the knowledge to activate it. The counter-argument is that knowledge of the eye's existence is already too widespread. The College knows. The Thalmor know. The Empire knows. Scholars throughout Tamriel have heard about it. Attempting to hide it again would not erase that knowledge. Someone would eventually search for it, and eventually, someone would find it. There is no good solution. Containment is imperfect. Destruction is impossible or too dangerous. Hiding it fails if anyone knows to look. Using it guarantees catastrophe. The Eye of Magnus exists, and its existence creates permanent risk that cannot be eliminated. This is perhaps the artifact's greatest threat. Not what it can do when activated, but the fact that it exists at all. A permanent vulnerability in reality, a flaw that can be exploited, a question that cannot be answered, and a problem that cannot be solved. The Eye of Magnus is Tamriel's greatest mystery, and mysteries this dangerous might be better left unsolved. The Eye of Magnus matters because it proves assumptions about reality are wrong. The world is not as stable as it appears. Existence operates under rules that can be changed. What seems permanent and unchangeable is neither. This knowledge changes everything. For millennia, civilizations assumed reality was fixed. The laws of nature were absolute. Magic could manipulate energy and matter within those laws, but the laws themselves were immutable. The physical constants were constant. The rules were rules. This assumption allowed confident progress. Knowledge could be built on foundations that would never shift. The Eye demonstrates that assumption is false. Reality's rules are not immutable. They can be rewritten. Existence itself is malleable in ways that make magic look primitive. The foundation that everything is built on is not bedrock. It is sand that can be shifted by those with proper tools. This revelation undermines confidence in everything. If the rules can change, how do you build lasting knowledge? How do you develop reliable techniques? Every breakthrough in magical theory, every achievement in understanding, every carefully constructed model of how the world works, all of it depends on rules that might not be rules at all. Just current configurations that could be altered. The philosophical implications are staggering. What does existence mean if it can be rewritten? What is truth if the facts can be changed retroactively? What is identity if the past can be altered to make you someone different? These questions were abstract before the Eye. Now they are practical concerns. The practical implications are more immediate. Anyone pursuing power will want access to reality-altering artifacts. The Thalmor demonstrated this. They were willing to risk everything for the chance to change existence itself. Other powers will make similar calculations. The Empire, if it learned the Eye's true capabilities. The Daedric princes, if they could reach it. Ambitious mages who believe they are wise enough to use such power safely. None of them can be trusted, not because they are evil, though some are, but because the temptation is too great. The Eye offers solutions to otherwise insoluble problems. It offers shortcuts that bypass centuries of careful work. It offers power that cannot be obtained any other way. The opportunity to use it will override caution regardless of intentions. This is why the Psijic Order's containment is critical. They are the only organization that has consistently resisted the temptation to use what they guard. The only group that has maintained ethical standards over millennia without corruption. The only institution that can be trusted with artifacts like the Eye because they understand that some knowledge is too dangerous to apply. But the Psijics cannot guard everything. They cannot be everywhere. They cannot prevent every excavation, contain every artifact, stop every ambitious attempt to reshape reality. They are immortal but finite, powerful but not omnipotent. Eventually someone will find something the Psijics cannot contain in time. The Eye was nearly that something. The next artifact might succeed where the Eye failed. The world needs to understand this danger. Not just mages and scholars, but general populations. Rulers need to know that reality is more fragile than they assumed. Military forces need to understand that some battlefields should never be explored. Adventurers need to recognize that some ruins should remain sealed. The treasure and knowledge they contain are not worth the risk. But this knowledge itself is dangerous. If people understand that reality can be altered, some will seek the power to do so. Telling the world about the Eye's capabilities might prevent accidental catastrophe while enabling deliberate catastrophe. The balance between warning and enticement is delicate. The College of Winterhold learned this lesson at tremendous cost. They excavated Saarthal believing they were conducting ordinary archaeological research. They transported the Eye believing they could study it safely. They maintained it believing they were being appropriately cautious. They were wrong on all counts, and only luck prevented catastrophe. Other institutions need to learn this lesson without experiencing similar crisis. They need to understand that some discoveries should not be made. Some knowledge should not be pursued. Some artifacts should remain buried regardless of their potential value. The Eye of Magnus proves that curiosity without wisdom leads to catastrophe. The artifact also serves as warning about creation itself. Mundus was not created perfectly. The gods who made it were not infallible. Magnus was the architect, the designer, the planner who calculated everything, and even he left flaws, tools that could unmake what he made, vulnerabilities that would persist for thousands of years. If even Magnus made such mistakes, what does that say about creation's stability? Are there other flaws? Other vulnerabilities? Other artifacts waiting to be discovered that could threaten reality itself? The eye might not be a unique flaw. It might be one of many. Tamriel might be riddled with potential catastrophes that simply have not been found yet. This is why the Eye of Magnus matters. Not because of what it is, but because of what it represents. A permanent threat that cannot be eliminated, a mystery that cannot be solved safely, a question that should not be answered. And most importantly, proof that reality itself is more vulnerable than anyone wanted to believe. The eye is contained now. The crisis is over. The world is safe. But the knowledge of what almost happened remains. And knowledge, once gained, cannot be forgotten. Tamriel knows now that existence is fragile, that reality can be torn, that the world could end not through war or plague or divine abandonment, but through curiosity and ambition misapplied. The Eye of Magnus changed everything simply by being discovered, even sealed away on Artaeum, even guarded by the Psijics, even removed from mortal reach. It changed how the world understands itself, and that change is permanent. The Eye of Magnus sits in a chamber on Artaeum, monitored by monks who have dedicated their existence to preventing catastrophe. The sphere glows gently with internal light that shifts through colors no mortal language can name. It floats in stillness that suggests patience rather than dormancy. It is contained but not defeated, understood but not known, safe but never harmless. The College of Winterhold recovered from the crisis. New wards were established, new protocols were implemented, new leadership was chosen with emphasis on caution over ambition. The institution that had nearly destroyed reality through curiosity learned to temper inquiry with wisdom. The lesson was expensive, but it was learned. Winterhold itself barely noticed. The city that had lost 3/4 of its buildings to the Great Collapse was too focused on survival to care about magical crisis that was resolved before it affected them. The college's near catastrophe was just another example of why locals distrusted mages. Another reason to maintain distance from the institution on the cliff. The separation between city and college grew wider. The Thalmor did not acknowledge Ancano's actions. Officially, he was a diplomatic representative who died tragically during college crisis. Unofficially, they studied what he attempted and what he learned. The knowledge that the eye could be activated, that reality could be manipulated, that creation itself was vulnerable, that knowledge was valuable even though the immediate attempt failed. The Thalmor's ultimate goal remained unchanged. They would pursue it through other means. The Dragonborn continued their journey. The Eye of Magnus was one crisis among many. The world had no shortage of threats requiring attention. Dragons had returned. Alduin threatened existence. The civil war continued tearing Skyrim apart. The Eye was extraordinary, but it was not unique in its danger. The Dragonborn dealt with reality-threatening situations regularly. This one was resolved and filed away with the others. The Psijic Order returned to Artaeum, taking the Eye with them. They resumed their eternal vigil, watching for threats that others could not perceive. They monitored events across Tamriel, looking for patterns that might indicate other artifacts surfacing. They maintained networks of observers who reported anything unusual. They prepared for the next crisis, knowing it was inevitable. Scholars throughout Tamriel debated the Eye's nature. Papers were written, theories were proposed, arguments were conducted through journals and correspondence. The academic discussion would continue for years, reaching no conclusions but generating volumes of speculation. This was acceptable. Scholarly debate was harmless. Understanding the Eye intellectually was very different from attempting to use it practically. Most people never learned the full story. They heard that the college had discovered an artifact, that there had been a crisis, that the Psijics had intervened. The details were omitted because details would be dangerous. The general knowledge that reality-altering artifacts existed was concerning enough. Specific information about how they functioned or where they might be found would have made the situation worse. The Eye's greatest mystery remained unsolved. What it truly was, where it came from, what it was meant to do, these questions had no definitive answers. The theories were all speculation. The facts were limited to observations of what the Eye did when activated. Everything else was guesswork dressed in scholarly language. Perhaps this was appropriate. Perhaps some mysteries should remain mysteries. Perhaps the attempt to understand everything was itself dangerous. The college had tried to study the Eye and nearly destroyed the world. Maybe ignorance, in certain specific cases, was safer than knowledge. The artifact would remain on Artaeum indefinitely. The Psijics had no intention of moving it. They had no plans to study it more aggressively. They would maintain containment, ensure it remained dormant, and prevent anyone else from accessing it. This was sufficient. This was safe. This was all that should be attempted. But the Eye's existence created permanent unease. Somewhere in Tamriel, possibly in multiple locations, other artifacts like it remained hidden, buried, waiting. The Eye of Magnus was contained, but the category of danger it represented was not. The knowledge that reality could be torn existed now. The understanding that existence was more fragile than assumed could not be forgotten. Future generations would deal with this knowledge. They would excavate ruins and wonder if each discovery might be catastrophic. They would study ancient magic and question whether some techniques should never be learned. They would face choices about when caution was wisdom and when it was cowardice. These decisions would never be simple. The Eye of Magnus taught that some power should not exist in mortal hands, that some knowledge should not be pursued, that some mysteries should remain unsolved. The world learned this lesson at the edge of catastrophe. The alternative, learning it through actual catastrophe, would have been worse. Reality has seams, places where the fabric of existence is thin. The Eye of Magnus is one such seam. It is contained now, but containment is not elimination. The flaw remains. The vulnerability persists. The threat is managed, but not ended. This is the nature of ultimate mysteries. They cannot be solved. They can only be survived. The Eye of Magnus was survived. The world continues. Reality remains intact. This is victory, not because the problem was defeated, but because the problem was survived long enough to put it back in the box. The box is on Artaeum now. The Psijics watch it. The Eye waits inside, patient as something that exists partially outside time can be patient. It is the greatest mystery in Tamriel's history, and mysteries this dangerous might be better left unsolved.